we have 3 Tuffnut decks, because what I'm learning is, although by far this is the first set where I want to really play all 4 heroes, right? Learn their in and outs, build decks, etc. There is a lot going on for all 4 of them. Different directions you can take them in, different viable directions it feels like you can take them in. So we're gonna focus up, and we're gonna start with Tuffnut, and basically we'll play Tuffnut till we run out of things to do with Tuffnut. Then we'll move on to the next one, right? And maybe by then, every everyone else has developed something a bit more consistent, because I can see like disruption in Pleiades working. Obviously, stacking auras definitely works as Pleiades. Light, you've got small stuff, you've got disruptive stuff again. KO's the pickle, if you will. But for more or less, we're starting with Tuffnut. So the 3 decks that we have are an aggressive deck, right? We go again, right? And just trying to swing, swing, swing. Then we have the good old rock and block. So just give your hand, swing rock, give your hand, swing rock, give your hand, swing rock. And then the club deck, although I'm tempted to try rock in it, because it feels like we can get to enough resources. There's lots of turns where Tunic sort of goes to waste, or I feed Tunic into Gauntlets to just swing something a little bit bigger, and in that scenario, it feels like Rock and preserving the deck might be a little bit better. So yeah, we'll try it with Rock as well, but I think we'll start with this one, right? The nice, simple one, where I don't have to think too hard, and have it. Sorry. Are proper queues up? Actually, don't know. The set came out 26, but today is the 25th. Classic Constructed. No, Life is there. Beautiful. Right. So we should be able to play in normal Classic Constructed now. And of course, I'm in the wrong layout. Let's fix that. There we go. And I still believe we always want to go first, even as this variation of Rock, right? We want the Tunic charge and the toughness, hopefully. Now, against Victor clashing. Feels like we should still be fine, right? Alright. Do that. What am I trying to stash? Good question. I mean, there's merit to Scab Skins just for an explosive first turn, I suppose. But none of these cards are really great to send regardless, or to stash. Yes, we keep the 6 block because it's 6 block. Not even Apex. I mean, we'll keep the blue, I guess, for whatever reason. Then a 6 block. Done. And now we just start giving a hand. Actually, that was the horrible thing to keep. I guess we do that because it's a 2 cost for next turn. Yeah. Alright, rouse the agents. Nice big start. 7. We can't get this high enough. We don't have the toughness either. But still probably just block. Well, I doubt their next thing is going to be too horrendous. I guess we take the 7. We want to be below them anyway. See what their second card is. Titan's Fist. And that allows us to then give boots. Hold the disarm. I don't really want the disarm in my arsenal anyway. It's give the disarm and the boots and create 3 toughness. At least we're getting the value out of it. Take the arsenal. Take the Sinu. And we can't. I want the toughness, so I guess it's vigorous. And we have a whole bunch of block for the next turn. Always got to do this in reverse order. There we go. Then we can Tuffnut. And swing Thick-Eyed Hunter. An 8. I could have taken a blue, actually. An 8. No, if I took a blue, I wouldn't be able to Gauntlets. So first bit of damage across. Then we have our Vigor. We have a lot of Vigor, actually. Going big? No, just Titan's Fist. So if it's Titan's Fist, I don't necessarily need the Vigor. I do want to clear my hand. If I don't clear my hand, I guess we're sending the 7. I guess that's not bad. Impact? I'll set toughness. Probably another set toughness, to be honest. Do boots the board. And 1 vigor. Yeah, it feels like we should win it. Win the clash. Maybe. Rapturous Applause, so we get the cheer as well. No, we don't want to sink it. They got the vigor, though. And then pay 3. Pass. Then just send a 7. At least we have the toughness for whatever they're aiming for. It is definitely rough going into Guardian or KO with the clash. We kind of really want the vigor. Wind-up's nice. We can discard that. Dig in for more toughness, I suppose. See how big they send. It's a +3. What disruptive stuff are they running? Stroke Slam, eh. Sable. We're not really going to have an arsenal too often. Lion Strike for 8. It should be a weapon swing. Right, because they have 1 resource, 2 resources, and there's no guardian thing. So it should just be the dig in, take 1. Then take the club. That's our 3. And I do want to wind up. I think that's fine, because there's no fear of anything but the club. And I almost think they want the Arsenal card anyway. I mean, they might just take the damage. Yeah, that's riches anyway. But we should be able to Tuffnut here. Beautiful. And we can Apex as well. And we can start getting our own damage. Not great. So we want the clash because we want the vigor. But at the same time, it keeps messing us up anyway. I mean, at least that's nice and small. So we do that. I have to get rid of Wrecker Romp anyway. If I hit a red, then it works out, but I'm not going to hit a red. So it's overblock. And then we do want to still charm. For the vigor. But just so we can rock. It does get us a toughness, I suppose. I mean, from a value perspective, you know, these are really big turns. Oh, you know what? I could... That was a misplay. I should have charmed on my turn. Yeah. The vigor for the next turn. I was just thinking about getting to 3 rather than the actual pitch off of the charm itself. And then I would have been able to... Most likely gauntlets. Every single clash. I mean, an 8 we wouldn't beat anyway. The Boneyard's not great. I mean, we can clear our hand again. Macho Grande. Just that as a 5. Sinu lets me put whatever I recycle to the bottom. Is there anything we really want? I guess Thick-Eyed Hunter just for the block. Or the wind-up. Nah, I'll take Thick-Eyed Hunter because we're losing too much life, I think. There's a nice amount of restructuring your deck, which is nice. Kind of only take the disarm for the toughness. I don't think we ever really get it to enough block. I think it's the Thick-Eyed Hunter to play around something big. We get the vigor and priority back off. We Tuffnut. Sorry, let's do first. So I want to keep the Thick-Eyed Hunter. I want to keep the ambush, so it's... I can always play this to get around Thick-Eyed Hunter. I mean, I doubt we're winning the clash for no hero, though, which makes this awkward. So I kind of want to keep these 3 and pitch the no hero. Well, we get the cheer as well. And toughness, yeah, it's fine. But Tinu into a nice big rock. Is it worth going overly aggressive? Their next turn is probably just Titan's Fist anyway. So they're fine giving me cards, so I'll save the tunic. Yeah. Go for a 10. And they still have their equipment. We might be able to win them in fatiguing. A little bit of damage is nice. Club? Yeah. So if it's just a club, we can send Thick-Eyed Hunter. I don't really want to send Thick-Eyed Hunter. We can just overblock. Play the Tuffnut Charm, get the Vigor. We gamble it, I suppose. We gamble it, what's the worst that happens? No reason to gamble it. I think it's probably just send the Thick-Eyed Hunter. And then Vigors for the next turn. Which then sort of lets me Tunic. I could also... maybe there was rationale to Tuffnut Charm into this, if we're sending the Thick-Eyed Hunter. Tuffnut Charm, Cheer, Pitch. Don't get the Vigor. A little annoying. Only a 7. Maybe it was worth keeping it just as a 6 block. They do take red and blue Macho Grande. Is there many cards where we need to be below them? I don't think there actually is. So beat gets us nothing, so we want to put that in our arsenal. Means I kind of want to swing with Disperse. So we take 2. I mean, at least Never Give Up is online now. They have an arsenal card, so we want something slightly bigger for next turn. So hopefully it's 1 toughness off of Tuffnut, 1 toughness off of Disperse. And technically we could beat. It feels like you always want to use this when you get the Vigor. More so than anything. Maybe the rationale was also just block with Disperse. No, because I want to get this in the bin. Fully block? I can't weapon swing. At the mercy of whatever they do. Now, if they're taking an arsenal card, I think I need the extra toughness. Tunic's up, so we can, unfortunately, swing this. I mean, I could also pitch into it, I suppose. We'll see what we hit. I really want toughness. Yeah, beautiful. So we can Tunic to save beat, or we can just send it with beat, save Tunic. I think I'm actually gonna get the little extra toughness. Just for whatever they're about to send. I mean, a disarm at this point would be really nice. Another Never Give Up. Wanna Crush without the Dominates. I mean, we don't really need the Go Again. So it should just be... we can block with that for the Vigor. I mean, it's... I guess it's actually just give the whole hand. If I get the Vigor. That way I can still rock on this turn. I mean, that's not bad. Tuffnut. Rock. I mean, a 7 value weapon is pretty nice. And do it again. The next turn is the big turn. CNC. Sending Thick-Eyed Hunter is probably what we want to do. Lose the clash. Oh, probably worth destroying the gold. They have enough of them. Do I want to Synchro goes wild? We have the Vigor. I mean, I could fish for something better, but again, I think the guaranteed toughness is what we kind of really want out of that. With their nice stack of might. Would be nice to be able to hold this. Is it even worth holding this? I mean, this 3 extra block. Hmm. Because I don't necessarily think yoinking cards does anything huge for us anyway. Right? Because they only need to keep 2 to 3 cards. And pushing damage here turns off Never Give Up. Quick Slam for 14. Take 3. No hero stands alone. We're pitching it. Probably always losing it. What was that card? Final Crush, so we're always losing. So it doesn't matter if I sink it or not. Yeah, the clash stuff into these types of matchups not feel great. Maybe we don't technically need it because we're still getting away with rock, even without the vigor. Maybe just for the sake of what currently is in the meta, we take out all the clash. So it's a test of iron something else. Oh no, they had toughness. That's where the 4 was coming from. Klloo. I mean, Tunic's not up. I doubt we get this. Just a 7. When we go for it, we see. Hmm. Oh, that's rough on us. I could have left it there, actually. Because that would have been nice to hold, right? And actually, I could have put it, into the next 3 with Sinu. It's fine, we have Sinu. Alright. Just have to hit a yellow, roughly with the toughness. That's nice to see. I want Boneyard. This is a good chunk of blocks, so I can Boneyard to rock next turn. So this probably goes on top. I mean, technically this is worth no block anyway. Then we get to Apex. And send a nice chunky boy. We get to rock for 11. Bottle drop for 5 is a little disappointing. And we still have to give both cards. And I should still Boneyard. I'm mad about the order. Oh, no. Sorry. Does this work? Hold. Pass. I choose the order first. That doesn't matter. Then I get the instant. Yeah, yeah. Alright. What are we putting on top? So... Wrecker Romp lets us Apex again. Guess that's good enough. Wind up's probably better to have in the deck. We'll wind up. And then we get the cheer. I'm very curious to see like the stat sheet after this game. It feels like we have had some very high value turns. I mean, they are running out of cards as well, which is nice. We still have Scowling, we still have 2 with the gauntlets. The next turn is big. Crowd Goes Wild is free to use, which is nice. That can go in the arsenal. I guess that just gets pitched. Oh, it's still attacking. It should be swing with Crowd Goes Wild, I think. Plus, we want to get lower than them anyway. Tough smash up. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We just want the trigger. So no, we don't want to sink tough smash up. All right, that's Apex. Problem is with the 8 might, right? I would like to have access to the never give ups. We'll send it. I think the problem is I'm just not used to playing fatigue. So I can understand the decision points. I don't really want to send this. I should have just blocked with it. Well, no, because I still want to get lower than them anyway. Because we really want to trigger the nevers. If there's any time to win the clash, it would definitely be now. And it hits the arsenal too. 4, 7, 10. I mean, if we win the clash, that's correct. If we don't win the clash, it's still kind of correct. It puts us lower. I mean, chances are we don't win the clash. Oh. I guess no. I'd assume they redo as Victor. They didn't. First time you would fail to win a clash. Instead, you made. They're sitting on 6 gold. Interesting. Ah, the pummel. Still, then it would have been a little bit extra damage. But they gave us the vigor and the -3. And we are effectively lower than them now. Let's just send rock. But is it even just send rock? Like at this point, do I not just wait them out? It should be Titan's Fist next. I want to get them lower than this. Do I have the turnover point where I can present enough damage and just going to their hand instead of me blocking out? We'll send it. We came to rock, so rock we will. I mean, that's good for us. That's 2 cards gone, and we're still lower than them. Should be that, and then I just Tuffnut Charm. I want Tuffnut Charm on this turn. Resources go to waste, but I get the Vigor for the rock. Or I take 1. If I take 1, there's no point giving Good Natured Brutality. It's just something that sits in my arsenal. I guess we do that. So in this matchup, I also don't think I want scaling, right? Like Crown of Providence would be really nice here instead. We will Tuffnut first. Fingers crossed, get the Vigor. Beautiful. And then we can And then I screw myself because I forget that we're rock and I need to clear my hand. Oh well. Alright, this time clear our hand. And take the club so we have never give up for the next turn. Charm would have been much better to get into the arsenal. How dumb Tuffnut looks, but he can play my favorite card in the game. is definitely really nice. Is it even worth clearing my hands? I can get toughness off the old favorite. I can keep dispense just to play it. But I do want to get lower for next turn. I want to get 4 lower? 9 is a lot, though. Yeah, it's fine. Get an ultimate and put a paper bag over his face. He's a lovable giant. I would like one where he's just slamming down a huge rock. What am I sticking in my arsenal? Klloo? I guess? This was also dumb. I can't swing. I've realized what I've done. To survive this turn, I need access to Never Give Up. Yeah, no. As much as I want the toughness, they can do too much with a few cards. And yeah, just not block. 10 is too low for me to be aggressive. And we'll hold on to the old favorite. Boneyard's not great. Do we never give ups? Do we have 1, 2, 3? All 3 are in the bin. I mean, that's not bad. There's still 3. We have Tunic, so we can get to 6. We can play all 3. Next turn's a little bit rough, though. Yeah, 19. That gets rid of their Arsenal card, which is nice. I need to hold priority so I can do everything correctly. So it's that. Then we pitch into this, and that's a plus 3, 6, 9. Problem is, if next turn is just another Golden Sun, we're screwed. Kind of have to give Scowling, in case it's a pummel. Do I give up Gauntlets? Well, just to mitigate the damage? I think so. I don't like the idea of clearing out all the never give ups, but I need to. It doesn't really matter. Alright. So we need the cheer, so it has to be Tuffnut. Let that resolve. Beautiful. We can keep the Ruckus. Or I can keep the Empowering Play, the Visit. Or rather the Vigor. I have to sit at low life anyway. I don't know how we necessarily survive the next turn. It gets us to 4. And then never give ups. Is there a play? I suppose I can swing because I'm sorry. There's a lot of thoughts going through my head. I can swing because never give up's no longer in the bin. It should be all of them. Too much damage anyway. Visit allows us to put a thingamabob on top, which is nice. Or swing. So it should be that. We gain a resource, that doesn't do anything because we're tough nutting first. Yeah, this is fine. Go to the bottom of the deck, so we don't have to worry about them just yet. We take 3. So a 7 here puts them below us, but we don't care. Blue first. And we just do this. Hit a... Oh. This is a guaranteed 6. No Hero Stands Alone is a possible 7. So it should be Thick-Eyed Hunter. It's not Good Natured Brutality because if it's Overpower, I can't clear my hand. Should be Thick-Eyed Hunter. I think we're having difficulty getting through the visits. Definitely pretty cool. Remembrance back. They're looking for the Overpower. And it seems like they're not getting super lucky. Rails revealing 2 Thunderquakes. So next turn's just as big anyway. Well, I think we're dead. We can block 13, we take 4, and then the next card gets us. No. Yeah. I mean, if just a club gets us as well. But Spawn Crush it is. Still, our value. Actually not as crazy as what I was thinking. Lowest was I think it's this, no, it's this 7. The highest was this 24, which was the Never Give Up turn. How many more cards? 4. They're almost, no, they're pitch stack. Had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They still had a lot going on. The visit turns is pretty cool. So it's just build a huge stack of gold, visit, remembrance it back, visit. Damn it. Now it's kind of making me want to play Victor. Alright, so that was Rock. We'll go with the aggressive deck next. See how this fares. Well, actually, give me a sec. I don't want to find a game just to then have to leave. Let me go get a glass of water. Right, so don't necessarily think this will go well. It'll definitely go a lot better if the matchup's correct. There's still misses in this deck. Maybe that's incorrect. So I'm still relying on the vigor to try and push bigger turns. Hmm. How many cards am I at? I'm at 72, so we can actually pull stuff out. Why not's fine. Guess the impact's not needed. Beat's kind of nice because if we have an agility, right, the scenario where it does line up, then we can at least get it off of that. With the Boneyard lets us research a go again, which is really strong. And overall, just the blues for Buck Wild. Because the idea would be to use still like Tuffnut, hit a yellow, then pitch a blue. Still satisfying Buck Wild, having resources for your next attack. And you know what? I also probably need more of the twos. Blood Rush Ballet is probably just overall greed. Hmm. Ooh. They can be. Oh wait, I have them open. Public. And public. The reason they're not public by default is I make way too many decks. The public stuff just by default. Anyway, we'll play it as is, get a feel for it, and then we can refine it. Overall, it's still the scenario of... Let's stop doing that. Force of habit. The scenario of which brute does this thing best. And, you know, if we're going down aggressiveness, probably KO, right? And then once KO goes, it'll be Rhino. So I don't necessarily think this is the way to go with Tuffnut, right? Because I don't think the one toughness... Well, you know what? Actually, the one toughness over whatever it is, 5 turns, 6 turns in an aggressive game, 7, 8? 8 turns feels somewhat correct. 8 turns in an aggressive game is still 8 extra block. The problem is, again, the loss of agency. You're penalized for taking more reds. Hmm. What am I missing? I'm missing Big Swing, Throw of Strength, maybe Leather and Vim, so that'd be another 9 reds. At 9 reds, I don't think Buck Wild is great. And we're basically just relying on Jaws, Agile, Pulping, and Wild Ride. That's still, you know, a decent chunk of go agains. Plus then you have the occasional Scab's Concern. Against Victor again. Oh, Brother Rob though. Against Victor, not going to fare well. I still have all the Clash stuff in here as well. Which that can probably get cut as well. It's so beneficial if you're, you know, against Wide or something. Especially because we're not blocking out a ton. We also need to keep track of how many resources we end up in excess to see whether or not Rock does work. 2. So in this scenario, we could Romping Club and not get anything, which is probably not what we want. We want to disarm, simply because we have the toughness, right? Let's see, like that's fine. 9 value turn 1. Buckwild in Arsenal is our go again. They're full Clash. Oh, they might be small enough, actually, that we either draw or win. Which would be nice. Guess that one first. Buck Wild. Maybe I should have kept the disarm. I mean, I don't think it matters. Disarm or old favorite going into the bin, because I don't think we ever get to enough toughness to actually use them. 5 go again, and then weapon swing. I mean, again for us, it's mainly just give 1 card. Can I even get away with 1 card? I hit a yellow, this costs 1, floats 1. No, so I kind of have to keep my whole hand if I want to go full-on aggressive. We have enough cards where we do want to sit low enough. I think once we get around like 20 life, that's when we start worrying. Miller's Grindstone's actually nice in the sense that if we let it through, we get to see. It's a shame the toughness goes to waste. If it interacted with equipment, that would have been fantastic. I think this is fine. Granted, Strong Survive probably doesn't land. But this does the same thing. If I win the Vigor, though, we're not salvaged because we're still 1 resource short. We had a 2-cost attack. I mean, we have Romping Club, I suppose. No Hero stands alone. They won. I guarantee. It would have been destroyed. And No Hero stands alone is probably a card to keep. It's not great that our matchups are back-to-back big. We do have a resource. I guess it is Apex. And we can see how much they block. Maybe we just stash the strongest. Granted, again, I don't really want to claw back too much damage. It probably is just stash the strongest. Find a 2, and then we can try and scab skins into it. They accomplish the same thing. Might basically just eliminates our toughness. It's probably just Miller's anyway into something. I'll get rid of a Might. Should got rid of Vigor. Should got rid of a Vigor and then swung with Club. But I'm not going to. I'm going to take the Strong Survive. Even though most of the time it's not going to land. My crowd goes wild. Or pulping is great into this. Except if it's a Spinal Crush. Because I was wrong with what they were thinking of doing. Pulping. Probably not worthwhile. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We can get to 11, but then I can't do anything with pulping anyway. I'd like to clear the arsenal and get pulping into there, though. God Goes Wild is a tough one to lose early. But we have a go again secured. I wonder if being trackers is semi-worth it. Although the only time we trigger it is on the wind-ups. On a wind-up turn, we're already losing a card to the wind-up. I guess that's not great. We'd rather roll the dice. We are lower. Do that first. So it should be Jaws. I don't really want to give up the no hero. I guess we are. Is it just weapon swing? No, I don't want to save the wild ride. We want to save the pulping. Would be nice with enough vigor to have the angle of going 3 wide every now and then. But that'll do us. In terms of our actual go again-ness, the idea would be to scab skins, crowd goes wild. That's one set of 2 attacks. Then we have the pulpings, the wild rides, and the jaws. So I don't actually think I need the buck wilds. I think they're overkill. Take the one. Blood Rush Bellow. Yes, that's a sink. Tuffnut. Beautiful. 3. Still not worth pulping. Well, it'll be pulping into Romping Club. Most likely. Or at least Arsenal card. We kept the crowd goes wild. It is unfortunate because now it won't have go again. Fine, crowd goes wild is a nice enough card to stash. We don't have a lot of block. It can pummel. I guess it's scaling. So I wind up this turn. As long as I hit a yellow, then we're fine. I have to hit Scabskin as well. Should be wait for vigor. Use Tunic instead. Yeah. Ability. Tuffnuts. Tunic. Come back, kid. Kind of tells what's in our arsenal, though. Probably letting the damage through. It's probably a Thunderquake pummel. At least that's the mentality we have to have. That gets recycled. I guess we're just setting up. Agile wind up. Blue. Even blue on top. Doesn't change what we're doing though. Gives us way too many resources. Yet at the same time not quite enough. So this was a scenario where we could have rocked. And as our first weapon swing being that scenario, maybe there's merit to rock. Maybe we take enough go again, so that, yeah, in the scenario like this, it is rock. Deck perfect. Again, at the very least, we get to see what's on our deck. Beat the Drum gets us another agility. I need to keep one of them. Don't have to play Beat the Drum. Again, we can rely on Scabskins instead. Is it worth the prevention? It should be, yeah. That's not what we want to see. This doesn't net us toughness, though. Alright, it's destroyed. Wow, that's even worse, though. So yeah, I guess it's disarm into romping. Hey, protest. I think I don't want Blood Rush values in this. Even though they're easy enough to trigger. I think their downside's too great. No, the roulette part is because I have 3 different decks. Jaws also sucks to give, but obviously you can't block with pulping. So far, this aggressive variant is probably the one I like least. Cool. That's awful. Granted, it's probably not quite tuned properly. What do we want to draw? We have no hero standalones. This arm we can't get to enough block. So it's an attack angle of what we want to keep for next turn, so Jaws. I mean, our next turn will be nice and juicy. There's no reason to play the second one, actually. Just Arsenal it. One visit to play, and then something else to swing would have been nice. Just something a little bit bigger, so that next turn we can pressure. We'll get Jaws, hopefully 2 other blocking cards. We'll have 2 Vigor if I want, depending on what we draw. We're working with difficulties, it seems. So our best is Jaws into Romping Club. The stacking from Talishare on this one is not there. And I have to give Jaws because of the block, and I don't have to, but I have to. They're all instants, so I don't need to worry about the go again. A pummel here would suck. But I don't think they run pummels. Alright. I'm going to go for the same thing. I want Jaws. So it's Tuffnut Charm. Tuffnut. Visit the Boneyard. Jaws of Victory. Gauntlets. Right, no go again. Not Gauntlets. Just Romping Club. And if we can somehow survive, maybe good time. Right, Victor's ability. But one of, not yours. Well, there goes my go again. Granted, with the Vigor, we just hit correctly, we're fine. Not the greatest 2 attacks. And the 3rd Numbskull Charm. This is definitely a aspect of the deck has done me dirty. And beat the same drum. So all of our actions were just clustered together. What an absolute waste of resources. Weirdly, again, because of the way it's been stacked, Rock would have been really nice to have. Rackle Romp gets rid of our charm, so that's not even a great attack. I guess we scab skins, we hit a 2, so we don't even get to go again from that. Can't gain power, so there's no reason to Apex. Would be nice. Play this and then go Wreck a Romp into Romping Club. But I guess it's just Romping Club. And then stash the charm. 5, which is fine. We have a clean block for that. And then Wallop. No, CNC. Well, we're sitting on 1. Have a dream. What a great dream. Will I ever need the tunic? I'm not. I don't need the tunic. Doesn't push much. They just give 1 card and then swing back. Or no cards and swing back. I maybe kind of need the toughness from this charm. Awkwardly. What could they send as a 5? Either way, I need something bigger. At 1 life, I think I have to give the charm. Even though it doesn't feel great. Overpower. Those are right call. Oh, we can't quite get there. Yeah, it doesn't feel like he can get aggressive enough. But for how bad we were thinking he'd end up, he's actually not that terrible. Okay, so we're up to this one. With the club. Which I was going to try rocking, but I don't think that's correct. Hey, pockets. And Sharkaroid. Sorry, I was a bit engrossed. That's such a bad habit of mine. Just automatically turning on private and single player to try stuff. It went fine. If you want to play aggressive brute, Tuffnut's probably not the one to do it on. We did get a little bit of shit on by the deck in the way the action cards were stacked up at the end there. But it was definitely a losing race regardless. There is clash in this, but at the same time, either of the other two depend on the clashes winning a lot more. So, catch anyone up joining. We had Rock and Block, give your hand, swing with Rock, right? Very dependent on the Vigor procs. And then we had that deck, right? And both of them ran into Guardians, which Guardians and Heavy Hitter KO are the horrible clashes. Hopefully this doesn't go again, Cheeto. It should just be Escalate. Do I want to give a card? Probably not. I think I'm happy holding Battlefield Bastion. Because maybe it overblocks. And then we save the prevent for the next attack. I really do like Battlefield Bastion with the toughness. Like now this is 6 block, plays around his ability. And then, provides that prevent one. That's not the old favorites. Smash ups. Probably could have rocked actually. And also, until KO gets the Vigor going, Scowling is a nice trigger. I mean, I guess this plays around both. Right? We get the prevent one for the next attack. If he discards to give it a go again. Otherwise, if he just abilities, same thing. Oh, there you go, outside interference for the go again. Into what would you take? I think that's a curiosity of mine, is what people's list looks like for outside interference. Big Bully should definitely be on there, because it's situational in a red. Mocking Blow red feels like it as well, just to get the reds out of your deck. But what would work in this scenario, right? You've turned on the go again. What card are you fetching as your second attack? I suppose it could also be taken just to get another blue. Tear down. Yeah, that's not bad, actually. I mean, that means we don't discard anyway. It's also awkward in the sense that, you know, if we sit at our usual we're lower for our cheers, then they're higher for their boos. It's fine. Good-natured brutality. It's fine to pitch. So, no to the sink. I don't think Smash Up's worth getting to the Arsenal. I think I just want the toughness. And to pressure a little bit. Also, kind of merit to just clubbing. And sitting on the other Vigorous. Because we should always win the clashes against this KO. No, actually, they do have a mixed bag. Deal with toughness. 3 plus 3. But I can't block with this first. Blocking blow. In yellow. I mean, realistically, I should probably just be trying to fatigue them out. I kind of want to save Crowd Goes Wild. Weirdly, I'm thinking that. Then Thick Hide Hunter the second thing. I mean, if they want to, you know, get the 2 damage across, they can. But the Vig is what you really want to start then snowballing. So I want to get this into the arsenal, and this can just be pitched into club and swing. I mean, worst case scenario would be what? Razor Reflex, but then they have nothing to do after it. I think whenever they have Vigor, I want to swap into, like, stockpiling for the next turn, or Snapdragon Scalers. They're looking for a scrap. That's just a 5. I think in that scenario, this is still fine. It's vastly overblocking. But then at least we have the toughness for their next turn. Now all we have to do is draw a disarm and I'm happy. And not hit a red. That would be nice to have. Alright. There's the big bully. I mean, without Snapdragon Scalers on board, not that they could. They can't raise a reflex it either. They have 2 resources, so scaling does nothing. It's definitely the 7. It's probably taking a chunk of damage. That's going into an arsenal, so we don't really need the charm. Granted, I don't really want the I don't want the vigor yet. I think it's just at the mercy of the KO. And a pummel. I discard the charm. Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. I think I'd rather keep the wild ride. We need some way to claw back damage. I will say, horribly, we're running into bad matchups for the different styles of decks. So, for instance, Rock, Tuffnut, right, the block one, would be really great right now into KO. The agility is painful to see. And if Reds is painful to see. You can still KO it. Probably the old other and Vim, because I value the guaranteed toughness more. Granted, we have a 50-50. Don't like the bleeding of damage. We really need a big turn to sort of claw this back. Alright. Discard itself, like the card it draws, or the Ruckus, and we're happy. I have Tunic to salvage anyway to play another 3, so it's not horrible. But I would really like the toughness here. Alright, we kept the toughness. Beautiful. That's beautiful. But now as long... Well, it doesn't matter what hits, because I'll just Romping Club. Problem is, this doesn't close the boo gap. Good-natured. Interesting. I can sit on the Quicken. But I should probably still just club for the next turn. We have our scaling to turn off one of their go again turns. 3, 7, 8, 9. I can get to 11. The crowd goes wild Romping Club. We'll close the health gap. Turn off their mocking blows. Probably that. Don't worry about the 1. Anyway, and just Romping Club. If we hit a blue, then I can smash up. Because if we gave the extra equipment base just to block out, wouldn't have mattered. Because our turn is just up anyway. But maybe at the same time, we should have been as aggressive as them. Jaws is nice. No hero's good. Probably have to give the Jaws, though. Another big bully. They shouldn't have the resources. Like this, oh, it's a show of strength. So big bully's going into the arsenal. I want the 3 toughness from boots. 3 toughness or vigor and finding no hero again. I think this is fine. Do that. Do that. Grab no hero. Romping club. Feel the vigor. And it feels bad. That's a correct choice. It makes your turn much simpler. But they took the toughness. Actually, no, because of the no hero. Forces me to Tuffnut now. Just to use it. Granted, I don't necessarily need to. We still get the clash effect. And then see what they do. Another pummel here would be atrocious. Yeah, KOing it. Then I Tuffnut, and I get the 3. Worth to club? Probably is, because I need to present something. Alright, disarm's not active. I really just want to cut, like, never give up out of this deck. It's such a chance to hit. Whereas at least with Rock, you're just flinging all your cards. But the 3 matters at the end. They might give us a little bit of breathing room here. So this can go up to a 9. If I need to keep the escalate order, then that's only 7. I could Scowling just so they can't, but it's probably better for their next turn. I just eat the 2 damage. They didn't have a blue. Interesting. Tuffnut, don't hit a red. I mean, that's just as bad. Horrendous, actually. Grit's gotta go. I think I want to be a little bit more tanky. And although Grit does accomplish it, while still, allowing us to push a little bit of damage. It's also a 2-block. But there's too many downsides. That's awful. So with Scaling on our side, well, there's a chance it's double blue. But always couldn't be. Just a claw. Oh, it's even worse. Well, we're taking the 8. That would be nice to have. Although it does seem like other people have been having a lot more success with this deck than myself. He blocks 7. Game is definitely coming to a close. Worse than that, it's a 3 first. Coming next. Roll Ambition. Now I have to worry about anything they're doing. Outside interference for another bully. Still a 2 for 8. Bully tactics. Turn that on. Oh, they're sitting on it. Alright, so next turn is lethal anyway. Do I care about the Vigor? Not really, no. Still on my turn. Ability. Do that. Oof. Well, we know it's the Intimidate. So I don't think we have any way around this, because they just clear our hand regardless. I suppose it's planned for the worst. I guess they don't. But it should just be clear our hand, and then we die. Another Steel Aura. Then Big Bully. Bully Tactic, sorry. And bye-bye hand. I definitely like the closers in Reviled, right? The cheap shots, that. Pretty nice. Good game. I think if we're going off of just straight value, this deck probably performs the worst. Well, no, maybe the aggressive one performs worst. But, I mean, in the people's hands, they've done what? 7 games, 71% win rates. Who have they been winning against? Jarl, Wyeth, Marlin, Elder. That's kind of weird. They feel like some of the worst matchups. Maybe it's aggressive enough to slow down what they're doing. But this is essentially the more public copy of the deck we just played. Well, that means we're back to Rock. I don't think there's any tweaks to this deck. I can imagine. Especially because it seems like a lot of people pivoting to Lyeth, right? And then Pleiades as well seems a lot of fun. Not to mention then they're just being really good brute staples. Guardian stuff as well, to some degree. The brute stuff is definitely more of a standout. I think this deck runs smoothly as long as it's someone not big. I think the biggest we'll take is like a Marlin, because we still beat their blue harpoons. Although Overpower will definitely be rough as well. I think actually Overpower probably screws us, right? Because we want to clear a hand and we can't. Against a Syndra, though. Well, we have 3 cards to block out with. Probably not going to be great either. At least we'll win all the Vigor. Do we want to get rid of beats? Now we're gonna end up with someone big. Gravy's not bad either. Rock clears any ally. We just fatigue him out. All the chip stuff, though, probably... Well, no, the chip stuff probably doesn't get across. Disarmed start is nice. Although, weirdly, I want to keep good-natured brutality. And I can, actually. I want to keep rapturous applause in the arsenal. I want to stick disarm in the arsenal. They have no ally yet, so we don't really have to go overboard with the toughness. I think I'm actually going to stick disarm in the arsenal. We have our big block through good-natured brutality. And sitting on the card that generates us one toughness is not the worst thing. Tip and a murderer scorn. That feels kind of nice. Well, they should give us priorities to wind up. I mean, Chum, sort of useless, because no matter what, we're just going into the ally, right? It's always just clear the board. And, like, that's fine too. Leaves us open to whatever they attack with next. It's not like they necessarily need the gold, though. They don't have the resources. No, they do have the resources to charm, but then they don't. Yeah, then they can still swing with charm. Taking it 4 is fine, and then we just bash his brains in. And Scooby's on top. No reason to sink dig in. I don't know. Because I really want to play all the heroes. I have a feeling I should probably rotate. Play something online, play something in paper. Might end up playing KO in paper. I like the goofy stuff. And he feels the goofiest. Old favorite, recycling. We can still ditch beat the drum. 6 go again. We know Scooby's in their hand as well. I assume they're... Well, they seem to be playing correct, which is they're going to hold, right? Does Scowling do anything? Scooby's a 0 cost, so they'll be able to play it anyway. They might not be able to swing with it. RKO. Well, actually, I wouldn't mind heavy until it goes, I guess. I do really like aggressive beatdown decks, and there's a lot of that now. You can take all the clash stuff too and have a really solid time with all the vigors. That's not Scowling. This is an overblock, but it gets recycled. I suppose that's fine. Tunic will be up so we can rock whatever. Though I do kind of want to sit on the resource for rock. Because it'll be awkward when they have the ally burst turn and we don't have it. Actually, yeah. I think I'll play heavy hitter KO. Because he's going to be going fairly quick now. Quite powerful now. He's a real chance fighting for top 3. Thor to swell for a 3, and then 4 for Chum. That lets me save my Tunic chart, so we should block with that. Yeah, like they're like almost Berserk level, maybe even Berserk level, because just the vigor they've given him is nuts. That's annoying. Don't necessarily care about the disarm. I guess I'd rather the crowd goes wild and just take the 8. Sit this in Arsenal. That's 2 Conquerors down too as well. Block a little. Grab Toughness for the next turn. Take the 8. We do also want to kind of sit lower. Alright, see what we hit. Yeah, for this scenario. Should have blocked. I got punished. I mean, maybe there's also merit to not attacking you. It's another thing that I'm struggling with is slowing down. Not just swinging every turn. Because a fair play there was just stick in the arsenal. Again, our win conditions sort of just clean up the allies and then we're fine. Their life total now doesn't really mean much. In fact, it means less for us. Yeah, that was definitely the mistake. It should have been save the tunic, save the crowd goes wild, wait for them to ally. 12 for 1. Pretty sure we just eat the ones. Jump time? Jump means we kind of have to keep that. And even then, it doesn't quite do it if they have Fearless. I want this in Arsenal instead. I think I kind of do want this in Arsenal. We might be taking too much. But one more hit then puts us lower. Don't miss, please. Well, that's a little rough. Fine. You can always Tuffnut first to play it. Yikes. But the +1 would have been really nice. And the toughness off of disarm. Oh well. Still just about cleaning up. Why is Sinu in here? Doesn't get me a vigor. It lets me stack the cards. That should be in there. Sinu shouldn't be in this deck. There's a 4. Wind-up gets us a vigor for our rock. That also gets us a vigor for our rock. Suppose we do that and see what we get first. Ooh, riches on top for them. That's probably not the type of thing you want them knowing. So this means we don't need the vigor, but I'd rather the toughness, so we will sync up. Next ally attack gets go again. They can double play, and they have the resources for it too. Turning our stuff off does matter because we do recycle. That can get me to 2 vigor. I suppose it does kind of matter if I'm not rocking. Either way, it does feel like we're taking damage here. Granted, no, there's no on hit, so we just have to deal with it. So we know they just got riches. They pitch riches into chum. They're already at a decent chunk of gold, so we don't really care. Ability. Watch me hit a red. Is there any reds? No, I don't think there's any reds in the deck for this reason. Rock. I think Charm is still correct because he impedes, and this is 3 cost. Yeah. Good old whack-a-mole. We are lower than them as well, so I can disarm them. Against the 1, though, and I think we just have to eat those. Don't care about their gold stack anymore. Diamond Amulet pitched. That's their, like, finisher burst. Bit rough to have it go to the bottom. Beat will be nice to save, because then I get the Vigor. So technically we have a 6 block and a 5 block. And I can get rid of Wind Up, and a 3 block. 5, 6, sorry, 6, 5, 3. Well, 5 first. It only sucks if I'm trying to pitch into disarm. 1 cost, 2 cost, 3 costs. They have no go again, so disarming them doesn't matter. Just overblock. Also be able to swing with disarm, but is there merit to that over just rocking? Probably not. Because either way, it ends up in our graveyard. And if you've controlled, so we go Tuffnut first. It's fine, we can still rock. And then we clean up the 6. Always the higher power one, right? Don't necessarily like how low we're sitting. It might have been an angle just to go face. Have big enough things. This turn's definitely rough because I have to Tuffnut. Which means tuning has to go into an attack. Which means I have to keep 2 cards. I mean, it's still a good chunk of block as long as I only go 2 wide. Also, don't necessarily think their angle is to just play an ally every turn. Scaling could hit something, but this is a blue anyway. Take the 3. Take the 1. What have we seen? 1 tipple, 2 swells, 3 swells. Well, the red swells become less dangerous because it's just mainly the damage and pitch. From their side of the coin, Swabby is wasteful, right? He should be used to sort of close things out. Sawbones is probably the better one, right? Because 2 and 1, swing for 6. Chum. I think if they just attack with Scooby here because they have the extra card, it's just block with Vigorous and Empowering. And hold the no heroes. Try and get more value out of them. No. Well, then I'm swinging 1 no hero, and that doesn't really matter. Swinging powering. Because I still get the -3 off of no hero. Get the vigor. Vigor's a little wasteful. But no matter what I hit, swinging and powering. Oh, okay. That makes them a lot worse than what I was thinking. Sorry. I mean, I should probably clash with the attacking hero. So no clashes work against Gravy. That's interesting. Hmm. Pay 0. Actually, I should have paid 2. I'm not gonna do that one. That's a clerical error. My choice of error. The no hero. It's also my error, but it's more a misread error. No toughness turns definitely hurt then. This is only really in it as a 3 block from Arsenal. Fury Bones is a 2. Having never give up active, and then just playing defensively. If we do that, then we can't really rock. Is the only issue with that. Thinner because it's a 2 for 2. As long as we don't miss, Crowd Goes Wild is nice. 3. Whale is fine. Well, it's not fine, but workable. And what are they playing? Rigor Mortis. Rigor Mortis and Swing. Well, actually, they can go something high because they have Dread Threads. Probably another Sawbones. The Rigor Mortises you should hold for a little bit more burst. Fast G, go again, Rigor Mortis. Yeah, okay. So it's that, and then what? Set up another Rigor Mortis? Not great. Especially because we're not really having any opportunity to scaling. I also won't be able to clear the board. We just go on the defensive? I do have 2 never give ups. Guess so. We know Diamond Amulet won't be for a little bit. So the offensive burst. Problem is the 2 6s now is a bit more than what we can deal with. It's difficult. They're definitely too low. So we have a 4, a 6, and a 6. 4, 6, and 6, so fine. It's not great. Yeah, we ever really get an opportunity to clear them. But at some point we have to take damage. But if we just wade through their setup, it'll just be like 1 really aggressive turn and an 18. Unless they get Whaler out, they can't deal with us. Whale is the pickle here. Because we have to rock him on sight. Which isn't difficult, just means I can't tap for Never Give Up. I have to take the 2. Actually, I can technically, well, no, because I won't have pitch for it. I was going to say I can never give up that. I think we need to get this out of our arsenal. So this being a 4 is fine. Something also good to know. Allies don't count for the defensive clashes. Gold. Let's dig in. A0. So really, our go should just be block out. Kill an ally, block out. Well, can we block out for that many turns? I don't know. That's nice. Sort of. The pitch makes it awkward. But I have a cheer trigger. Almost where the helmet would have come into play. But I guess I just have to give all the cards. And just rock one of them. This is the first sort of gap. Problem is, once we have our tunic gone, then essentially they have an opportunity to whaler us. And clearing a rigor mortis doesn't really do much, considering they've got 2 on board. The only opportunity we have to get around whaler is they give us a scaling opportunity. This is also awkward. Actually, Numbskull Charm, no, it is still awkward. I can't get the Vigor out of this, but I can get the Vigor out of the Numbskull Charm, I suppose. So if we see a blue attack and a hefty hand, then it's time to Scowling, I think. I mean, against Whaler in this scenario, we're happy as well, because we have a hefty amount of block. And it would be nice just to throw everything out, and then just deal with Whaler. Because Whaler for now is definitely a big hiccup. Which Swabby is probably their thing to push and save Whaler for when it's a win scenario. Three, 6, 8. So we have 8 block. So Swabby's fine. Diamond Amulet should be coming up soon, right? Have we seen Riches twice, and they should have Diamond Amulet by now. They haven't discarded, have they? I don't think so, no. I mean, it'd be up here in their hand if they had. They also get a lot of use out of Cuddy Shark currently as well. I mean, the 7 doesn't help them much, but just an extra resource sink. It makes me question what I'm dealing with. I mean, I'd probably still just deal with the Rigor Mortis first and foremost. So either way, we get a Vigor for this turn, and we can rock. I'd like to stretch it out, get the Vigor next turn. Which means I don't need the Vigor from Impact. That's what we're going for, because we'll get the double resources. I mean, technically, this is a very healthy hand for us, because there's lots of different outs to it. Right? We have a way to get Never Yield. We have a way to get Vigor for the next 2 turns, if need be. And for whatever reason, if they are a slow turn, which I doubt it with their hand size, we could, I guess, feed resources into dig in. We're out of disarms, unfortunately. Old favorite is still win condition, right? If we get over the domed amulet and we come down to just old favorite and never yield, we can block out till we clear their board and then deal with them. The worst case scenario, there is something. Just the Whaler hurdle, the Diamond Amulet hurdle. Them coming at the same time would be the worst thing for us, and they won't be, from the looks of it. Unless you Mage Master Boots just to put Diamond Amulet in play and use it straight away. Which is a nice amount of burst between Whaler and Rigor Mortis. But, yeah, loot the hold. Doesn't really matter. Right? We just do that. And then we Numbskull Charm. We get the double Vigor, which hurts, but it's not the worst case scenario. And we can leave Tuffnut. I can risk it, technically, and go Tuffnut first. Right? Because no matter what, we get the Vigor and the pitch. That's the correct thing. But it's also the worst case scenario, right? Because, well, I suppose I have the worst option of Numbskull Charming before the whole procs. I guess we do risk it. We see what we hit. We're not saved. I have to do both. Which now is a lot worse, because we don't get to clear the Whaler. So that constitutes a throw, unfortunately. But maybe it's fine. Because we still have the resources for digging. So we can ward against Whaler for the next turn, but the 2 Vigor goes to an utter waste. I should have just played it safe and just charmed. I got greedy. I got super greedy. Hmm. Never punished. Uh, Boots for the toughness. Should be correct. Does have go again. So no, we don't do the toughness. We just keep the 6 block. Yeah. Zero. We managed. Somehow. Don't be greedy like me. Weigh up your options. Go with the more reasonable choice. Hey, Shark, so they get the damage across. It does make this worse for us. Is there any rationale to leave Whaler? How many more Golgan procs do they have? 1, 2, 3. The second set doesn't do it. It's just a Vast G, I believe. Right? So it's just a Diamond Amulet. We're definitely blocking with that. Taking the 1. Hmm. So the nice thing is we should... Well, I don't actually know if we can actively get through Whaler. Problem is, this is just so cheap to do. No, it must be get rid of Whaler every time. I mean, if there was a time for Fearless, it doesn't seem like they're running it. Wow. I'm glad I got rid of Whaler. Awful. I mean, at least this is a never give up target, but then that sort of ruins it for us. We still have one in the bin, don't we? Or do we not? Did I use it? Or did they flip it? They might have flipped it. They have rum now too. Well, you draw a hand like this, not much we can do. But Scowling comes out. Maybe it's disruptive enough. We're taking the 7. Just awful. Need to discard that so I can rock as well. It means we are just taking the 7. Ugh. Does not feel great. Now watch us miss on the Tuffnut. I also didn't recycle the tip. What is correct? A Thick-Eyed Hunter is our second block. It should be a Thick-Eyed Hunter. There's no merit in playing. Well, yeah, I have to if I rock. The other Thick-Eyed Hunter doesn't do us much good. Biggin doesn't do us much good. No Hero Standalone doesn't do us much good. Yes, it's probably just a tough. No, the windups don't matter. The clashes don't matter. To get rid of Cuddy Shark just so I can block. I can deal with one more 7 through the gauntlet, so I can wait a turn. 3, 3, and a 6. So 4 and a 6. Swabby swings for 7. Well, 8 in this case. The hope would be Scooby into Swabby, but if they ever go again, it's probably Rigor Mortis into Swabby. The worst thing too is our burst of block here with Thick-Eyed Hunter means we have to give our whole hand. Rather than being able to save something. I need to cut the misses out, because the toughness does seem necessary. That should get Diamond Amulet, I'd expect. Right? They don't run 2 Whalers. Oyster. Dobby's a 2 cost. Rigor Mortis is a 1 cost. So 6 and 7 is a 13. I wouldn't be able to clear the board. It'd waste Mage Master if they did Amulet. But I'd almost do Amulet, play Amulet, swing with this, cut into Sawbones, and then just clean me up next turn with Swabby and Rigor Mortis. That would have been my mentality. Unless I'm dumb and they have played Diamond Amulet, but I'm pretty sure we haven't seen it. These are all allies up, chip down. I'd like to do just that, but obviously I have to block with everything. If I 50-50 the discard, doesn't matter because I can't play it. Well, technically I could have actually, but I don't think it's worth using the Tunic charge. That's part of our whack-a-mole. Sawbones is worse than Rigor Mortis, right? Granted, they don't have a Whaler to protect anymore. At least it's a 3. Boneyard's rough. You could risk it and trying to keep it to Tunic. Which I think is actually important because we want the block. This is a big Rigor Mortis, I'd assume. It is definitely getting damage across. And just making sure we don't have a Never Give Up. I think we're done. We could have squeezed the value out of this, right? Doing the toughness to impact, maybe. I suppose I can give Tunic. I don't think we can claw this back. I think blocking out and going face would have been correct. Because there's, in a sense, a certain cap to how much damage they can do. And it's just the big turn with Whaler. Probably the Sawbones that I have to deal with. Yeah. I'm not going to block with equipment. They're going to whittle us down. But not bad in terms of blocking. The one turn where I risked it, I really shouldn't have had. I should have just played the charm, so I could never give up, and then save the Tuffnut to clear the ally. Because that led to way too much damage. If we hadn't done that, then, we could have survived Conqueror and continued going, right? It was the last Conqueror. Pretty sure they only go again. There's one more tip, and the Diamond Amulet. No me so many more allies. It definitely feels possible just to wait them out, though. Unlike with, like, Velda. Velda's a bit rough. Just because you don't have as much block, surprisingly, right? The toughness really does help. And then having a 7 weapon. Okay. I wanna... Do we want to try the aggressive version again? I probably want to tweak it, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, as I'll go again. That Scabskins is technically go again. Blood Rush. I like it because, though in my mind, this isn't about the buff, right? Blood Rush Bellow is about the cards. No, that mentality doesn't work. It only works if for the cards if we do it with Beast Within. Or if we have a Vigor proc. If we have a Vigor proc, then sure. But Tuffnut's ability is a card, essentially. Alright, get rid of Blood Rush Bellow. Get rid of Buck Wild. I don't think it's needed. I think it's overkill. Visit's nice, recycles. Wind-up's nice. It's a vigor. Blue 6 as well. Probably get rid of the vigorous smash-up. Beats for an agility, vigor, or toughness, so it's fair. I don't think I want impact. Oh, that's the wrong way. Do we want some bigger stuff? We'll play a 60 card deck and see. I don't think there's enough vigor in it to rock. Especially against a Jarl. I think you never want to take the rock into Jarl, right? I also might build KO after this. And just go aggressive, aggressive, aggressive. Agile wind-up's nice. Wind up the crowd is also nice. I play the charm. Charm probably lets us do whatever we're doing next turn. Sucks not being able to block. Depends on jaws. The upside. Strongest survive isn't the worst thing. Should just be club into strongest. Dash the no hero. I probably should have... No, I want the bigger for this reason. I was going to say keep the wind up. No, I just saw. Right, this is fatigue. Definitely. The game drags on, we'll probably just throw it. Still, I don't think I like Strong Survive either. I think it's only really workable in the red or in KO. KO, it seems disgusting. I see a, yeah, staunch response. I think this is kind of worthless. It's just going to be weapon swing. I mean, we just weapon swing back. Wants them to make the move first. Oops. I didn't see how many resources. That's the correct call. The other problem with Rock, right? Because in that gravy matchup, there was a few turns where we didn't want to give our hands. Because you're in that bittersweet situation. And out comes the club. This feels like it shouldn't be able to target itself. Right? That's one of the worst interactions we've gotten. With Wild Ride in hand, I think we have to do that. I'm giving way too many cards, considering their fatigue. I mean, it's put it this way, it's not the worst thing in the world. It shaves off certain, breakpoints, which is nice. But then once it's in the late game, it's just them constantly getting the one versus what I'm doing. And you can chip them down, it's just Gonna take forever. This feels so wasteful. Having both of these this early on feels so wasteful. I mean, they're perfect for like the Oak and Old because they're flooded with defense reacts and everything. I mean, what do I want? Draw. I guess the wind-up with what they're doing. It maybe should be the agility. But the toughness is nice. I mean, eventually we'll get through everything. It was the wrong time to prune cards. Guessing the 7. Oh, go again. Oh. Give one of them. Yours is coming up, that's nice. Not nice for the clash, but nice to see. We just do the other one. It's the same clash. I guess so. Alright. Romping Club. And I almost forgot to wind up. I was going to remember to do that with the wind-ups. I don't have to do it into Romping Club. I can do it to push a little damage, actually. I mean, double block. This can't be fun for them, surely. Like, I get the competitiveness in a proper game, but, like, no offense to anyone who does enjoy this. Just sitting here for, a good, probably close to an hour, just blocking out. Like, I can sit through it with the rock, because, that's sizable, there's a little bit thought in how you structure your hands. But this kind of just feels like, eh. Yes, there's a wind-up again for the Vigor that we don't need. Just slowly down and through our decks. If anyone is bored by this, let me know. Because I will concede, it will build KO, and it will send an aggressive match, right? Sportsmanship be damned, in that sense. We have to discard first, because I want to beat. I mean, it's nice in the sense seeing how the deck flows. Ooh. Sucks to give it. I mean, here's... I don't know, do we have... No, I don't think we have never give ups in this deck. But if you're ever in this type of matchup, you can win just through old favorite and never give up. We pulping? Yes, we pulping. The egregious amount of resources we have. I mean, chances are they have block for this. Alright. Yes. The neighbors worry you. I get it. I mean, this is a nice turn in terms of what the deck can do. It churns through and gets rid of its own stuff. That a 7, 6, 5. So 18 overall. Not to mention we still have the block as well. And technically I should probably be keeping the old favorite. But I think it's 3 copies of old favorite and 2 never give up, and you can cycle them endlessly once they're your only cards. Because the ordering when they get returned to deck. Ugh. I'm guessing into something like an Oaken. Pretty sure they just eat everything. Keep what they're trying to do. Oh, it's probably just Dominate Club. No, it's Dominate CNC. It doesn't work like that. There's no point. There's that. Ooh. It's also not engaging for me, content-wise. I have nothing to say, right? There's nothing to this. We'll go for like another 2 minutes. Then hopefully that fulfills their itch. Nice time to hit a blue. Block with 2 cards, and they block with ramparts. Won't use my tunic charge. I mean, it's nice to get through the equipment. Beat gets us another vigor. I do actually want the blue. Even though we don't get toughness out of it. Don't really need it. It's just pulping weapon swing. Well, that's also kind of disgusting for us. When would be the golden opportunity to use it? Probably whenever they line strike, they should have been cornetting to save cards and also force us. Because most likely we wouldn't be able to pay for cornet effectively. Hmm. I really want to give them the toughness. Ooh. Probably be trying to conserve cards. But what attacks they run? Cranial Crush is gone, CNCs are gone. I assume there's still 2 more Oaken Olds. Maybe 2 more Line Strikes. Other than that, Titan's Fist is just always 1 card block. Pen card's different. Hmm. Does the Vigor matter? Agile Wind Up. Need to get into a position where we can Rex our club. That's the best way for us to start forcing cards. It's also probably something I should have just been doing from the start, and I just cannot be asked. Frostbite now sucks as well. But it's more or less manageable. Does sort of take our win-ish condition away. Both just swing for 4 back and forth. I think that's enough. Because even if we do keep up with them in terms of exhausting cards, we shouldn't. Between Rampart and their 4, unless we have the 5, no good, right? They keep 2 cards. We have to keep 4 cards as well, otherwise you can't Tuffnut. Which means you can't Apex. Yeah. I'm gonna bow out. Alright. One more with Club. And then we'll take a crack at building KO. Against a Kasai. That's going in the arsenal, that's staying in hand, so I guess it's just a swing. I can ditch this, though. It's not bad for first set of block. Hmm. I mean, this shuts it down. I can always Shining Courage, I suppose. Well, no, I can't, because it's defending action cards. So it sucks, but giving Escalate orders, correct? Yeah, because it's just Blade Runner. And a 4. Awful. Would have been worth... I probably should have Shining Courage it. I was just so disheveled by the miss. It's so impactful for not just this, but also... Like... Like... Does Pleiades get value out of that? It feels like she wouldn't, right? Yeah. On her hands straight away. No toughness to our name. And a glint. Which I should have known because we saw the glint. Outside's active, so they're free to swing anyway. They go again anyway. I think it's just take my lumps, right, at this point? Alright. No miss. I mean... Technically, that's a miss. I don't really think a 6 club is right. I'll have to begin with... Blade Flurry. This is fair enough time to Shining Courage, right? Never Give Up's active. This is one of the main reasons to Shining Courage. Overblock. Problem is, Dynamo's kind of invalidate Romping Club. Maybe against Warrior, that's where Meat Axe is impactful enough. Swing is the 5. I do have to cheer for this turn. It's sort of weighed them out. So it should be... Come back, kid. See what they react with. Tuffnuts. Never Give Up. And then just double block. Probably not enough. What's active? Cassinite and Spoils. That plays around a +3. Hopefully should be enough. Pass. Or it should be fair enough to go that into the next one. Tuffnut. Always forget Apex when we see the card. Because there's so few hits. We'll start to run out of blocks soon enough. Or not. Stampede sucks, though. Maybe it's been the 0 blocks. Don't think scaling's worth it yet. Same time, I have to give scaling to good nature. Maybe it's take the first one, and then... No, because they just pump it. Block 4. Blocking from a card with hand from anyway. Grab toughness for your next turn instead. I think that, and just get rid of the 1. Anyway, it's something for our next turn. Converts a 0 into a 1 at least. But they're slowing down, which is not great. Nourishing? CNC. I don't know if that was necessarily worth it. Right, the overextending. We've no never give up. I think I can go 3 turns. I think there's enough life between us that I want to push a little bit more damage. Old favorite gets recycled, so that's really nice. Or a smash up might lead us to something. Leave it at that. I was debating whether or not to scaling. Scaling would have been better. At least that is the second glint. So 1 more and we don't have to worry. So this is getting damage across. I can block with this, which I probably should, and not worry about keeping damage. Yeah. God. So they've glint for next turn. I need to remember that. Glint for next turn. Nourishing. Glint for next turn. Glint for next turn. So first card, can't defend with. And if we don't see him play glints, we assume glints in their arsenal. They make it nice and big, so we want to. So either take the damage or give the glint. No, Slice Nice is next. Didn't pitch glint, so we know it's glint. I have to take the 4? I really don't want to take the 4, but I guess I have to take the 4. Give him the gold. That's worse. We can play cleanup, it's not horrendous. The 2 go against is not awful. Don't miss, please. Need to deal with the ally. Definitely hemorrhaging a bit too much. So glints at the bottom. Scene 1, blood follows. Oh. I don't think Castle has any of the wind-ups, right? Here's an army for another minion. It's just if you've attacked, not if on hits, yeah. I have to keep a 3 for them. Teeth is a 5. Don't fear glint. But still a lot of damage. So it should probably be Wrecker, and unfortunately give that Battlefield Bastion the Cell Sword. Windup does nothing for us, which is awful. They still get the cat's eye. I give the two equipment pieces. I don't start the Battlefield Bastion, right? I shouldn't. This has to be a lie. 3 and 2. Yeah, no, this is a lie. Um, gold just leads to another ally. Why couldn't you be a different block? And a vigor as well. I should actually do Tuffnut first and see what we get. Not enough. Nice. 3. Well, 4. All I have is attacks. Worth the first one. Suppose so. We're just going to end up being chipped down. Disarm doesn't help us. It's going to be pitched away anyway. Go on top then. Damage points are definitely a little awkward for us. Mainly because of the +1 we feed. It just, again, invalidates our toughness. Even though this is, one of the better matchups where we hit breakpoints. Against the Sabres, it's just worthless. Like, you'd want toughness with a whole bunch less attacks, just more action cards. Another clustered set of visits. Yeah, sorry. And pop the gold. Goes up to a 4. Oh, great. Guess we want the toughness for next turn. Over the vigor. And all we have is a lonesome 3 that's really a 2. No worries, pockets. Just in time for us to build KO, I think. Romping Club is definitely by far the easiest to use. It gives you more flexibility to block. Meat Axe, he's not aggressive enough to make it work. There's so much block for the second attack. I guess this isn't bad in terms of a blocking hand. But it's really, God, and this is worse. I can't block with this, and I can't block with this. I block with both. Really? That's interesting. I will look into that then. I guess YouTube might have a delay of its own. Because they both have the same delay on my end through OBS. Well, we're going to end up giving both cards anyway. Interesting. Not in the normal widgets. We don't have a never give up. We do have a never give up. I should have never given up. As I say that, it happens with aggro myself. Fair enough. Just a YouTube thing. Proximity, I guess. Ability. I mean, we're just dealing with the sellsword again anyway. Guess it's going to my arsenal. But I would assume we're pretty much dead, yeah. Alright, means we get to 12 of KO. Weird. Try that again. But, yeah, overall, he's a lot more functional than I thought he'd be. But at the same time, he fits into that middle range bracket, right? Where what he doesn't quite do well enough. Although I don't know if that's the correct thought either. It's more there's just ways to invalidate toughness. Like Centauri Cell Save, but its whole concept invalidates toughness. It's almost like the 6 power thing is what ruins it. But I don't know how you'd rework his ability to not be bad and still feel brutish. I want to get that into my arsenal. Miss. I mean, I feel like we burnt through a large amount of go again, but at the same time, no, we haven't. There's still 2 Bloodfaller's Blade, there's still 1 Glint. Still quite a few. No, Blade Runners are almost out. So we can get that up to 3. I mean, I'm dead here. I have no other block. Then when I play Florian against Tuffnut, I'll just, yeah, Blue Pitch, Grasp, Reaping Blade. Yeah, the Arcane invalidates it. Small invalidates it. Well, Wide invalidates it. Arcane invalidates it. This or, is it Decimator Axe? Validates it. I really wish there was just a little bit more control to how it triggers instead of the first attack. Yeah, it feels like it could be a really nice brute mechanic if it was something like the first time you defend with a 6 or more, right? And then you had that flexibility. Because you're not incentivized to obviously take defense reacts or blocks. Even the amount of action cards is sparse, but it would still help. And then you'd still have some of the 5s, and then you could, make it into a KO thing. I don't know. I think a prevention effect would have been better against attacking cards. Yeah, just the same thing. Works out the same. But then I guess, it would feel... I don't know, you could come up with a different concept like thick hide, but at the back of your mind, you're probably just equating it to ward anyway. It also maybe is a little bit because you couldn't word it necessarily as first time. Like it'd have to clear the whole stack of toughness the first time you're dealt damage. If it was just hitting a whole bunch of breakpoints, then it's too strong of a makeup for his ability, right? But no, overall he's a lot more functional than I thought he'd be. The other issue I have with it is the way they've built it is obviously to be revered, to give Pleiades some sense of it, and because of that, it sort of toes the line where they're not good enough for Pleiades to really care about it, except for like Disarm with the aura. Well, actually, no, I guess Pleiades is rewarded more because she can take there's the red instant. I'm on the wrong one for this. You can take the red instant, showing courage, and that's just great anyway. She can take Reinforce if she wants. She can take Never Give Up. No, yeah. Overall, it's the competition with the 6. I'm a big fan of Rock Build too. Inconsistent Yellow Club feels really good. Yeah, I'd agree. Yellow Club feels the best. Like splashing the reds in is definitely nice because there are some really valuable reds. At least present well enough. Wild Ride probably has to go. I like the go again off of it, but I think at the same time I might just swap out boots to scab skins. These help, but most of the time I'm not really using them for the toughness, so I might as well just do scab skins. It's the same block. And lean a little bit more aggressively. I mean, the nice thing about this is we've toyed around with 3 different variations, and then I can, go away, think about more, mesh them together, and see what happens. But I do think I'll build KO from scratch. I think I have an old KO deck, but we'll just do it from scratch, because he got a lot of love from Super Saiyan. Or KO 5s. Yeah, I'll take a look at a recommended list. Other than that, I'll just start chucking stuff in. Probably gonna try and stick with no miss. Even though some of the cards, like getting the might and agility off of Beat the Same Drum seem really nice. I think I'd still rather just kind of smooth brain. Yellow. Suppose you can take it in red as well. For all the bigger stuff. I guess raw's like a maybe. Probably not good enough. And these are all be maybes. Blood Rush. Beasts. And he gets away with the new gloves too, right? Because he just break the chain. And use it for your second attack. Nice claw. Always scaling. And I don't think you even care about the arcane. Right? You just go full on aggressive. Take it in the inventory for now. The most removable slot. Probably legs. Legs or arms. Savage Sash. I guess being trackers is more consistent. Because you only need the little boost. You don't need scab skins. You don't need to gamble. Alright, and then we just want 5 upgraders. Oh, that was wrong click. This where could probably get a little bit messy. It's just a full rainbow of Buckwild. Actually, we can grab more cards from Super Slam. Buckwild, Strongest Survive. Right, this is disruptive enough. And unlike Buckwild, it's still a 3 block. We're at 12, 18, 12. Let me swap back to this one. Make it a bit easier to see the cards. Yeah, we'll just go to Super Slam. Root section. For clashing, we can take the backhands. Rough up's nice. Anything that makes itself bigger. I mean, I might just stick with 5s. Make the pitch curve nice and easy. Wonder if Bluster buff gets taken. Hits the check. Probably not, it's the 0. Draw and discard, though. Hoping. Right. I assume it's Bare Fangs, but at the same time you can get away with Strongest and Big Swing. Strongest. Was it? Not Strongest. It's right here. Show of Strength. I guess Reckless Stampede's also just like a good closer. So our only misses. I would probably prune some reds. It's probably still Agiles, right? You can take it in blue, that's easy enough. Let me send a few hands like this. There's probably core stuff that I'm overlooking. So we're missing another yellow for a hand like this. I mean, it's turn 1 anyway. We wouldn't want to send it. We'd probably want to Arsenal the Buckwild. So wouldn't be swing big. It probably, if you get Reckless Stampede in the opening hand, you probably just send it, right? Because it's going to get damage across regardless. And I might as well overpitch. Only want to keep the Buckwild. Suppose the blue's not bad. Well, no, because I had to pitch the blue anyway. I didn't want to keep the swing big. The impact would have been nice to hold on to. We don't need the agility. And then we just go, go, go. Hope would be that. Get some cards. That. Then stash the Blood Rush Bellow. And if we drew a different yellow, maybe Mandible Claws to push damage depending on how they blocked. Take the 4. It's never send Wild Ride first, surely. Fine, we kept Ago again. But no discard for the Beast Within. We Buckwilds. And again, depending on how they block, if they're still holding hands, then you could Reckless Stampede for the damage. I'm just going to let all the damage through. So we figure out what exactly I'm doing with the hands. This is a testing list from a few people I know, said as you wish. Okay. I'm missing some discard for KO's ability, I think. Oops. Do I have you on Discord pockets? Very out of touch with Discord. I don't use it enough. Are we sure? If you don't see it, let me know. No, I don't think I see it. Or in requests either, which is weird. I assume your Pockets Live still in Discord, no? Or maybe you're not. Have you just been PMing a random person? uh, my Discord. What is the numbers? Let me see. I should have Twitch open. Good. So it should be. Ah. Or one. Or maybe actually just Klloo. It might actually just be Klloo. Maybe Discord assign the numbers, because it looks like I've changed it just to Klloo. When in doubt, click the copy button. Yeah. I think it's just Klloo. I wouldn't mind big damage cards either. That will wind up in yellow. I mean, it should really be the draw discard, unless we're getting something out of it. I need more blues, run roughshod. I don't think you need Wreck a Romp anymore. You just have lots of other great choices. Reckless Swing never hurts if we're getting a bit more competitive with it. I don't want to get too defensive with like the rallies. There are a lot of utility blues you could be taking. Oh, that sounds like ping. Pockets. Do that. The mighty wind-ups. They do have a bit more value with the beats. Then again, maybe... Well, I'm not taking beats just yet. There we go. Alright. Let's compare. See if I'm anywhere near the money. They are taking scab skins. I'm just going for Arsenal disruption. We strongly survive. Taking Sinu. So, aggro. Sure. Which was close, because I just opened it without thinking. Alright. The Bear Fangs. Show Strength, Big Swing. Hopping Wild Ride. Wild. 21, 6, 27. The only yellows are Beast within Blood Rush Bellow. Guess that makes sense. You don't need the extra amounts of go again. I'm tempted to just be a little bit more greedy with all the vigor checks and the fact that most Clash matchups you should be fine. I suppose if he's going to be popular, then KO v KO you don't want to clash. Smashing Ground I did forget about though. I definitely like the blue bases more. Sticking up wind up. You can either pitch or just get rid of them. Yeah, see, we like big Blood Rush turns. What am I missing? Smash Instinct. I'm gonna survive. Two, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Still taking Vigorous. And Roughshod was down here. Suppose there's no fault in just taking all the Arsenal Disruption. I'm surprised Send Packing's not in the starting list, though. Playing around defense reactions is quite strong, though. Although, I suppose because you're focusing on Go Again, you don't want it as your first attack. Let's Buck Wilds. Bear Fangs and CNC. I also wouldn't mind just making it a cheap variant as well. I mean, obviously, for the sake of consistency, taking all of the Arsenal Disruption does make sense. And then they are scabbing. Alright, cool. Thanks. Well, the sideboard. Worry about sideboard later. So the misses are just Blood Rush Bellow. Yeah, so there's only one miss. So That's fine. Means always go again, always go again, always go again, always drawing the Nufa side. There's 2 cast bones, 3 sinews, and I want to say 3 race faces plus the send packings. Equipment wise would be a jumble. And Buckwilds were in the sideboard too. Cast bones in terms of agility. Alright. I thought I swapped these. I guess not. Alright, we played a hand. 3, 6, 9, 12. Plus you always have this. I guess we'll call it 13. So 13 go again. It's almost 1 in 4. Well, technically this is a bit higher than that, because it's just always... You know what, this should count as many triggers as there are. The thing is about Mandible Claw, to go again on a Pulping turn, or a Wild Ride turn, or a Blood Rush turn, right? Or an Agile Wind-Up turn. But you can't always guarantee Mandible Claw into, you know, something else. All the big stuff has to be big enough. Reckless Stampede can technically be bigger, right, because of the chip damage. And Show Strength will swing big. I mean, TNT should always be included if it's a proper deck, but I'm going to maybe it for now. Let's remember, draw and discard. What else do we have? Don't quote me, I don't play the deck, but from discussions coming out. Comes in against MU. Gotta sniff it out. I am going to start with Cast Bones. I think 5 misses is fair. Sinnoh, because it structures, is really nice. Because it can help with awkward turns. It's actually better, isn't it? Because of the go again. As in because of it having go again. The non-randomization and the other. You know what? I'm gonna start with 2 Sinnohs. Stick that in the inventory. Aggro. Wherever a race face is good. A little bit more arsenal if you need more arsenal destruction. 2 for 7. Sinnoh is almost always a +4. Cast Bones is +6. But with Cast Bones, it's your turn, so you block out your Cast Bones. Unless you have agility, then you know you can send something Cast Bones. If you don't have agility, then it becomes a bit awkward. I get the rationale for it. I mean, it is a powerhouse card, right? A red that offers +6 and agility. Yeah, that's my thinking. Cast Bones is situational. Sinnoh works more often. Leave that in the inventory. I'm going to stick with Sinnoh for the ordering. It's not just that, just knowing what you can do on your next turn, to me, is super luxury. Even if my brain can't do it most of the time. We're at 53. They're at 54, so they always swap in 6 cards. Yeah, and just Sinnoh Claw is good. Or Sinnoh CNC is good. Why Boneyard to me is also tempting. I wish some of the defensive stuff, the 6 block effects, were just in Brute. Granted, they didn't, even if you couldn't get to the +6. I mean, being able to cycle them back is just so nice. But leave Visit down there. Smashing Ground is meant to work off of our own ability, or a Blood Rush turn. Otherwise, it's pitched away. But really, it's more mid to late game Arsenal disruption. This must go crazy with Berserk in Living Legend. Wraith 6, not good enough. Wrong person discarding. Savage Feast, draw a card. A little bit awkward to use. I don't know why, but I'm leaning towards just yellow Bare Fangs. For a little bit more discard, pushing a little bit more damage. That, or just another Agile Wind-Up. So I'd like to get rid of Scab Skins. And not have to, chance it when you have an awkward turn. Well, so far, just filling out the deck. Like, I'd cut this down to where I only take 3. Right? So if we, I guess, fatigue, where they're going to stash more cards, then we want the extra set of Arsenal Disruption. I mean, realistically, Command & Conquer should go in. But we're at $400. I like to make, we'll say mid-cost decks. Not cheap, but also not super expensive. But still functional. So although TNC, should always be an auto-include until we move to a state of more blocks over defense reactions. I guess that would be the main thing, was instead of a CNC, it's the Bare Fangs. But then again, that's just, what would be the word? Putting a band-aid on a leak hole? Wide fatigue. Other people. I guess Castbones and Buckwild goes in against wide, because you want to really out-aggro them. Main track is fine, but 3 block value is quite strong. Yeah. Yeah, the 3 block. Yeah, and my mind is just thinking, how high is the high end? Where are we at? Yes, fine. We'll put CNC back in. We'll play a few games. I guess we'll leave it at that, right? 4 slots. So most likely it's 8 Castbones and a set of 3. Is there anything else slotted? What are we at? 21, 8, and 27. The reds are a little bit heavy. It even might just be put the red to yellow. Just to make the pitch basis a little bit softer. I mean, 2s feed into what? Command & Conquer, Pulping, Reckless. 2s feed into all of our low-end stuff, which is nice. Because in this situation, because that's the other 21, 11 side. Yeah. But, so the scenario, right? We draw this, and again, any of these. Would we rather one of these and a Bare Fang in yellow? Because most likely, when it comes to whatever we're doing, we're playing any of these over the Bare Fang, right? Because this offers the same amount of power. Unless we have agility. Agility is I guess, the other factor, right? But same level of power, same level of power, same level of power. Disruptive. And then these are for our go again turns. So Bare Fangs banks on us having agility when we draw it, which is a scenario that doesn't sound smooth in my head. Whereas if it's a yellow, then it feeds into all of these. Right? That's one less situation. Because although unlikely, there's always that occurrence where you get all reds, right? And what do we do then? In that case, that's where Command and Conquer, Reckless Stampede, Show of Strength, and Swing Big become a bit better because then it's play one of them, pitch Arsenal card, or block out and still be able to play them. Where I also want to lean into the Vigor mechanics a bit more because he has the ability to have so much Vigor generation. Well, not so much, but obviously more than what he had, and still be reasonable. I guess it's a question of does something like High Pitched Howl present enough damage to set up your next turn? You play Bare Fangs because it's a 2-card 8. Oh, plus, yeah, it turns on the hero ability. Play yellow, you just play Sea Legs, in your opinion. But then you don't get the Might. Then the Might turns on other stuff. By other stuff, mainly just the Smashing Ground or Breakpoints for the 6s. Yeah, there might be a free Scabskin turn. I guess play it as it is. See how it does. Yeah. Stop doing that. Yeah, so it's the thought of do we just want to continue to pump? Which feels like the I mean, this is a great test against just straight aggro. Well, no, turning up Syndra does matter. Shouldn't be Buck Wilds, it should be a race face. I think Ira's the aggro matchup for Buck Wild. The deck may win this. Me is a little bit of a different scenario, I'd say. God. Yes, overpitch into the Reckless Stampede. Save the Wild Ride for a burst turn. That's not bad. If we high roll on Scabskins, does that open up anything? It opens up a race face, which would be really nice. Is my hand bad enough if I miss Scabskins? Problem is, Scabskins also tells them what we're doing at front. But there is a chance we could land the erase face, which would be a huge boost in tempo straight away. We didn't get it. The race face still worth keeping with the wild ride? Probably. We'll just send a little bit of chip damage. The race face is definitely disruptive enough. Especially if we can force them to, like, flick a dagger somehow and sticks in the bin. Okay. Oh, God. Now that is a conundrum. So it means we're taking 3. Ah, God, I'm zoomed in. My apologies. So we're taking 3, but then we get the Blood Rush turn. Wild Ride will be in the arsenal, so we have at least the go again to capitalize on it. I guess we go aggressive early. What was their card before I forget? Oh, the dragon. Just chip damage. Almost would have been nice if the Scabskin failed. Oh, beautiful. Never mind. Salvaged. We don't need the erase face. And I think it's still scaling, even though it's a bit early. Oh, well, I guess we'll see what they deal with first. We have 2, 2, 3, and they start with a 3. No, erase faces a 2. We have 2, 2, 2. Always track your arms, something new to practice tracking. I will forget about the arms, that is true. I mean, 4 plays around, what's it called anyway? Ancestral Empowerment, or Throw Dagger, or XYZ. Granted, the chain link doesn't really matter. I mean, they could hit a 0. 1 extra card. I mean, this should be a flick. Really? Not even just Ancestral Harmony. No Ancestral Harmony. What's it called? Ancestral Empowerment. I mean, it should be take this. I should have blocked with the erase face. Taking the damage, it's the same scenario. No, because my thinking is if they try to overextend here, to score the card, I can block. Which they can't. Yeah, so it's just erase face. I have to give equipment? I want to do this. They already slightly misplay. Should have blocked out the Rising Resentment. I mean, the worst scenario is they gain an Arsenal card. Right, we just have to hit a nice big turn. Alright, let's see if this was worth it. Reckless Stampede. Buck Wild has go again. Shouldn't be Scab Skins and shouldn't be Gauntlets till later. Is it Savage Sash? If I Savage Sash, I can play that, I can play that. Should be Swing, I think. At least first, see what they block with. Then that lets me pitch into Wild Ride. Yeah. I also haven't played KO since I don't know when. So bear with me as we get our bearings again. Well, crap. Oh, God. Rather the Reckless Stampede. Swing big blocks. I mean, the gap's not too horrendous. You get Vigor out of that. I mean, we're in the back end now, so it's probably just Reckless Stampede is what we're aiming for. We're not playing around Ancestral Empowerment. It would probably just be the Swing Big. Swear to God, if one comes out. Another 3. This chain can be flicked. Your strength should be fine. I mean, ideally we keep the 2. Then I can discard this, swing, and Reckless Stampede. Alright, Flick Nose is off the table, so I only have to block one of the following cards. Obviously, they can boot. We force them to boot. My turn's not really a great return. I'm probably being a bit greedy with what I'm trying to keep. I think I need to keep the equipment for breakpoints. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, interesting. Wonder what their hand was to not warrant that. Oh, well, I guess they're in the scenario where I was just going to block out one of the cards. They could have pushed more damage. I guess they didn't have another Draconic Chain Link. Was probably the situation there. Don't even know if it's worth pushing Reckless. Probably is. Unless I can't count. Because I didn't get the Vigor. Why did I think I got the Vigor? Yeah. Should have, Gauntlets. Alright, we should have, like, a misplay tracker. To be honest, it's a good way to learn what I'm doing bad. Granted, our hand's not great. That's where Scabskin comes into play. We don't get a chunk of damage across soon. Might be a little far gone. See, if Bare Fangs was yellow right now, wouldn't that be smoother? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Have to take these pings. Get your dagger back. Love burst. What do we have? We don't even have to Scabskin because we have agility. I can play 2 cards if I keep 2 cards. I have to take the 5. I'm also... The icons are doing me in. Wasn't paying attention. Alright, well this is definitely a throw. Break the sash. Show of Strength should be the most damage. Consistently. If I get a yellow, does that change anything? If I get a blue. If I get a blue, it changes it. Not enough, though. Count it out before I do anything. Mandible Claw Stampede. But, definitely don't have enough life to survive. That was definitely a nice turn. Oh, God. We get the Vigor and get through this, we're super happy. Aquawild is a blue, which we would draw. But with only a 3 to our name, we're taking the full brunt, so not going to work out. Yeah, no, there's no way for us to survive this. With only 5 block. Especially with this. We block now, doesn't matter. They're 1 dagger down, but they can buy him back after the next attack regardless. Oh well. Still though, ooh, that's pretty nice. I think if I put in the time, this could definitely be decent, as in with me. I think I'm gonna change Bare Fangs to a yellow, though. Question is agile wind up instead of something. I mean, to be honest, this did us in. But we did, I guess, get a little unlucky with the fact that there's only 5. Overtake more than 1 cast bones is the question. I think it's always 1. Dash them for now, and then swap in 3. Arsenal, Hero, a little bit more go again. Which, to be honest, Buckwild's not the greatest. A little bit of go again. Alright, slightly tuned to be less misses. A 7 go again is definitely nice. Again, my mind's going, how often can I go Buckwild into a card rather than, Buckwild Claws or something like that? Against Goliath. We don't want to turn off their hero ability, right? Cards they own lose. Class and talent types. All the new buffs are open, so that doesn't matter. I guess this is Arsenal. Yes, he wants his halves gone. God. Maybe a Vigor? I assume they do nothing but set up. Maybe they swing Titan's Fist. Yeah. Which puts us in an awkward position with this hand. I guess we just hope Scabskins helps us. Oh, Christ. Smashing ground into Arsenal. Does he feel? He must be a Razor Reflex Lyeth. Smashing ground, we can get there with gauntlets. That's good. Means most likely we're discarding Agile Windup and we need 6 resources. Which is not great. That's my whole hand. I can gamble on Scabskins again. I mean, realistically, I could just wait this out instead. If it's Razor Reflexes, it's a 10, so if I just give my whole hand, that shuts down his turn. Gives him an opportunity to just play defensively. I can't even claw. If I give 3 cards and a 2, still shuts down his turn. I think I can end up pushing back enough damage. Thinking. If I get the Arsenal card, then I'm super happy. The Vigor help me at all? We'll see what happens. Not Razor Reflex. Interesting. We also have to get them lower than us. I can't get this to 6. I don't know what I was thinking. I had to scab skins. Doesn't really matter what I attack with. I need to count things out. I think Rock's been doing me no favors in the sense that it's very simple to just pitch into, and I don't really have to give it much thought. It's just a naked 5. Not disruptive or damning enough. Although it seems like he's fatigued Goliath. From the looks of it. Yeah. They'll definitely have the boo triggers. It should probably just hold on to the thingamabob. Smashing ground. I forgot about the might. We're getting there. Add might from the agility. No, I didn't. Each of your action phase, never mind. Good. Not the misplay I was thinking. Alright. So I don't have to worry about raised reflex, so I can just comfortably block out and send something. Which is what I should be doing. The 4 worth anything. What on hits does Lyeth have? The gangs? The intimidate one. So I don't necessarily think breakpoints, because I feel like anything that he does send should be too big. Our turn would be what? Wild Ride. Hopefully hit the yellow. I wouldn't be able to smash and ground, though. A claw. I don't think I want the gap in health to be this big, though. But see another scenario where if I had the red bear fangs, I'd be screwed. At least this is a little bit more salvageable. Leave me the CNC, please. And draw me a yellow. Or a blue. I mean, chances are we should be drawing more blues. Like, it does feel like a chunk of clustering. Such a bait. I guess I'm holding Blood Rush. Us. A little bit better. Suppose I do want to get rid of one of them. 6. Just a 6 as well. I think if I'm going to claw back, I need to claw back. There's also the option to greed it there and try to rely on scab skins instead. But forcing their hand is also going to be really nice here. Hmm. The send hacking into Smash Ground doesn't help us. We don't have the resources to do both, though. Do I have to break? It should probably just be Claw Swing Big. It's not enough damage. Yeah, Claw Swing Big. Problem is that the 4. Like, we really need to push a little bit more damage. Like, I should have maybe just held both agilities and gone for the scab skins instead. Like, this helps, but it's just not enough. Like, we really need the on-hit effects to start landing. Getting that one extra card from Rathe seems really important. Smashing Ground is fine, but then Reckless Stampede isn't much of a block, it's just a weapon swing. I guess it's Stampede. Gives me a little sight into what we're doing next, so it's block 6. See, now Reckless Stampede feels awkward, because if this was something else, the turn would just be send smashing as a 6. And then that demands more block. Maybe that's to go anyway, and just save the Reckless. Alright, we'll send Stampede. At least it evens the playing field. Because we really want to get them below our life. Like, turning off the booze is definitely nice. Wild Ride on top. One less block card, but it's a go again. I guess that's fine. Cruel Ambition, and they've swapped it to a booze. I assume they leave booze on top. It's not enough damage. One short. That's awkward. Yeah, it doesn't feel like they do anything to it. The yellow, so we get the yellow back, and then it's probably just smashing Arsenal the Wild Ride. They have a punish here, we're sad. And I shouldn't have left Wild Ride on top, essentially. They don't have a punish. Just double sigil. I can't remember. Did I have Might? No, it was Reckless Stampede. Float 1. Doesn't let me do anything. God, I kind of wish I had the other gauntlets. That should be sideboard for a matchup like this. I guess we're taking damage. Fine. Not a little awkward. So there is eventually a 8 coming. Need some aura hate for life, I think. Wild Ride. I want to keep one card, and hopefully then I can follow it up with Smashing Ground. Although again, Smashing Ground doesn't have to go again. I really want to do Smashing Ground to like show strength. Then we block with that one. I think we go gambling now. No block and hope for a blue. Force them to block smashing. Awful. I guess then we have to wild ride and hope for a blue. But the point at this point, damage doesn't do it. Yeah, but I really need to get more cards from them. I need them currently to care about this enough. Give me more of their hand. Because this is a problem. This +9 on board, regardless of what they're sending, is a bit too much for us at the moment. I mean, it's almost Savage Sash and hope I draw Blood Rush or something. Like a Hail Mary. I do like to gamble. Doesn't matter. What did we draw and discard? A Bare Fangs. Yeah, this just does us. Yeah, suppose that helps. Show strength is better. Just a nice big 16 club. I suppose at least it's just a nice big 16 club. Do I just block 12? I guess I do. Maybe block 9. Still a lot of damage to be taking. But I do have to present. I have to claw them back. Should probably have just clawed as well. Save the show strength. But the life difference really matters against the reviled heroes. Especially with the amount of life gain life has. But yeah, hopefully this is just somewhat of a setup. Equipment and one block. Trying to make a big turn out of it. Yeah, it has to be keep it blue. Vigor could help. Makes me kind of want to keep the gauntlets. Do I need the one? I need the card. But I think it is, unfortunately, give gauntlets. Although I don't know how well scowling feeds into it. What they want to do. I want not a red. I do want to sink pulping. Wild Ride is also correct. Nope, never mind. Well, this could still be a defense react. There's no reason to popping of Wild Ride. Dominate doesn't super matter. At the very least, I can claw. And hopefully we draw something I can play. Third, leave him hanging. That'd make me sad. What was the other aura they're playing? Tension. The 2-cost one. +4s. Or another pulping. No. Kept pulping, we discarded vigorous matchup. I guess this goes into the arsenal. I mean, we're not out yet. A good blood rush turn. That's good. Granted, it's tiny. I don't have enough block though, do I? No. I have 5. Is that at random? They discard 2 cards. So I take the 7, I discard... Well, either way, it kills my blood rush turn. So it's block 3. Hold the blood rush. And hope their next turn isn't bad. I mean, we can get them onto the back pedal. But then at the same time, you know, I don't know if they take Big Bully. This version of life probably doesn't take Big Bully, but it would be enough. That does it. Well, actually not so much. Actually, I can't block with Reckless Stampede, so it has to be a Blood Rush Bellow. I was thinking whether or not we greed it, but I can't. Remove the red. Get me, what do I want? A blue and something? Well, we got the blue. Does that mean I... Mandible Claw first? Oh, it's 1 resource. Nothing in the deck that I draw can I play with 1 resource. I can Scab Skins first so I can see and see first. Doesn't have the plus, but maybe it's disruptive enough. 2 big attacks probably doesn't do it. Either that into whatever, but I risk the blue. It has to be damage, it has to be Mandible Claws. Just Arsenal. At least there's low chance of another Terra Sunder. Oh, God. Well, that's Intimidating Guardian at instant for you. If I take the 6... No, it should be give a 3 and just a big Band and Conquer. But at the same time, the like scary thing about Lithe is what they stick in their arsenal is never needed. Because when you're drawing 5 cards at a time, you can find something relatively easy. Not to mention then it's just a weapon swing anyway. Order doesn't really matter, right? Because regardless, these are the next 4 cards I'm drawing. Hmm. And we have a 9 coming our way. The hope would be it'd be the weapon swing. Maybe I should have gone a little wider. Just damn the Sinnoh pitched into pulping. But I don't think we're at a point where we can present enough damage. Because they don't need the bull effect. At this point, it's really just leave them hanging and tension. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it's just give you a whole hand against that. Granted, my hand. Maybe I don't actually like Reckless Stampede in this. Although you can't block with Bear Fang either. Still, though, it is some juicy numbers. I think we might find one more. And then I'll call it for today. It's alright. I'll put in the work and we'll see if we can end up doing this deck justice. Although part of me kind of wants to go back to Max. But then again, Max will be available for a while. Is this the same life? Probably not. What do we take? 10 packing. See if we can fare any better. Also want the Collector Center to come out. I'm feeling it will be a little while. So I like Sinnoh here, along with Stampede, just because I can see what my next turn with pulping will be, right? Yeah, I think that's fine. And again, getting them out of the boo range is what we really want. So we are stampeding. So what do I want? Show of Strength is the biggest card, so that should go on top. But I'm drawing all my cards. Yeah, Sinnoh's definitely nice. So one way or the other, this gets them lower than us. That's what we want. Because there's no way they'd be an 8. Two cards, 3 cards. Goliath. I mean, this might just be enough in terms of getting your foot in the door against Goliath. Fine. Yeah, again with well, actually I could have got rid of the reds, I suppose. But part of me wants to scam skin to see if we can show strength first. The next attack. I mean, I have an option here. And we know they're bad, beat, and broken. We have the equipment for it though. Yeah, I think this is aggressive enough. Alright, 36, so they're still lower. Plus, if we do scab skin somehow, it's slightly bigger. We can guarantee hitting beast within, actually, right? No, we're one resource short. I'd have to break the Savage Sash, but it kind of feels correct. Just get ahead. So it'd be show of strength, then pulping. I don't have to keep one blue. If I keep both blues, fine. What is this? When this put in the graveyard from anywhere other than the combat chain, banish the top card of your deck. So I get a card anyway from bad being broken. Just the life, which does matter. Am I fine with that? Getting the extra card? Kind of am. It's either that or just block out with equipment. No, I like what I'm gonna do more. Because it lets me show strength. Or as long as Scabskins doesn't just screw us. The one, we just pulping first. Sorry if it's a 2 or greater. Now I'm a little disheveled. And granted, this isn't a big turn anyway. Oh, it's the same thing. With the different card. Guess I just risk it. Hmm. $50-50. Without luck, this is going to whiff. Sorry, 33. Should have just let them destroy the beast within. That whipped. Right, as long as we can stay above them in HP. Which is slowly and surely being edged back. I maybe should send the show of strength. Too late now. There's no boot trigger off of that, just confidence. Means we are taking damage. The Buck Wilds, I take 3, we're even. Kind of don't even want Buck Wild in blue. Boo's fine. Gotta remember that as well, that he has Boo on demand. It took a while for it to click in my brain that you could like utilize Tuffnut like that for the never give ups. Fangs. Yeah, I need to send the show of strength. I need to get damage across. So it seems like they're holding Lithe so that they have the boo. Definitely nice. Puts us even, so they still have to Lithe to boo. Blues and a Blood Rush. It's coming in for way too much damage. Discard 2 myself and then just Blood Rush. No, because I don't discard. I've just shown them. Right, we're setting up for a big turn. Just Titan's Fist. Could probably be block 3. But I want to make this turn as big as possible. Alright, let's see the luck. Anything but a 1. Right. No relevance, but that's fine. You have agility, but should still be this first. Once we hit the send packing. Well, granted, they probably have an instant. They just use it if we did go to send packing. I do think I still like Apex more than Tyrannical Rex. I mean, the scenario is are we using it more than twice, essentially, and so far, not quite. And this is as good a turn as any to Savage Sash, I'd assume. Do I need to, though, is the question. Smashing Ground costs 3. Done. Wild Ride. Still lets us Mandible Claw at the end. Yeah, no. I can save the Savage Sash, I think. Because I can't get 1 extra card out of this. And again, I can't. Well, it would have allowed me to Rex. I don't necessarily think that's enough. Instant. Another Withstand. Seems like a no. At least we are getting damage across. It's just going to be a big hammer. We're still not over them either. Our turn just CNC? No, it has to be wild, right? I have to continue going big. I think for the sake of consistency, I like Savage Sashing on non-Blood Rush turns to try and make, something workable out of this hand. I mean, even if we draw red, we're fine. Klloo. It's a lot better because it lets me claw into swing big. An 18 is definitely nice. Again, and maybe is a we're too late moment once more. Does feel like Strongest Survive in red might be nice against Rathe. If it's your final card like this, it has a good chance of hitting something. Oh, the Mocking Blow. Give one card. Savage Sash. Probably correct. If I scab skins and get lucky, then what? I can go Smashing Ground. No. Scab skins? 1, 2, so 4. No. I think it has to be give a card, Sash. And at the very least, it's pulping into a weapon swing. The worst, it's pulping. No, at the best, it's pulping into the swing big. Leave me the swing big. Leave me the swing big. Fine. Left me the swing big. Again, I would kind of rather the 1 from Apex. Oh, wait, I have Sash. Sorry. Value's sake. No, but this isn't worth it, because now they get the Rampart. Well, actually, kind of is, because they don't have any floating resources. They have to pitch another card. No, because it blocks more. Hmm. So it didn't matter. Well, I live. I get to wind up. But yeah, a lot of different things just kill me next turn. Especially because I won't be able to do anything. Like a Claw's not. Well, a Claw is still for 4. But it's just shield. I think weirdly it's better that and just hope whatever they're doing is small enough. But if it's a Mocking Blow, then I'm screwed. If it ends up just being a weapon swing, we're fine. Like, Claw is literally just a Rampart. It'd have to be a 5 for them to care about it. And plus 8 tuning, actually. I'm guessing it's Lyeth for the Might. Hmm. 10 packing CNC is what we'd want to do. Most likely it's blocked with 3. Please tell me it's just the club. Then we can just block with 1. Yeah. Very short for 4. What's better to send? Send packing, because as long as it's not an instant, it means they can't use that. But send packing, Mandible Claw. Let's block with the CNC. Alright, the go again. So yeah, it's still just send packing. They don't have an Arsenal card. Song and CNC. Yeah, delete. Such a weird deck card. That's also one thing I love. Captain's Call is Super Slab just bringing all these random cards out of play. Suddenly be quite nice. Like I completely forgot this game go again. I was looking at the tower card thing. Shouldn't this be bigger? But yeah, let's go again. But their instants are Withstand and Oasis, it looks like. This is a 7. I have to give 3 cards, I stash something. Yes, the Swing Big is what I want to stash. You just have to hope they drew nothing again. I mean, maybe I should be clawing at them. Nah, it's not worth it. Well, it is worth it over the course of the game. It's 1 card for Rampart. They have an Arsenal card that isn't as meaningful. But if they let up for any second, nah, Terrace Under, they'll do it. I need to look. The 4 with Dominate. We only block 3. Oh, cool. Perfect timing. I think we'll wrap things up then. But yeah, no, I think KO's fun. I think I'll probably play him in paper. And then we'll mess around with the Super Saiyan heroes still on stream. But yes, let's go watch Falling. See some proper KO gameplay. Anyway, that'll do me for now. Yeah, play him till he LLs, because he'll be gone soon enough, and then, well, you can't play him. Although, then you can play him with Berserk, and that is something as well. Anyway, I'm done for today. Thanks for hanging out. Anyone watching in person? Not in person. Anyone watching... What did I usually say? Thanks for watching. No, I can't remember. Watching in post. There we go. Anyway, thanks for the list pockets. Definitely, I think I'll try and make it a little bit more consistent. No, do I? I don't know. Yeah, there's stuff about it I like, stuff I don't. Anyway, I'm out. See ya.